Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to a new Monday. Monday, the 8th of January, 2024. Yes, that's right. I said it in order of magnitude day, month, year. Anyway, it is a beautiful, rainy winter day here at my house. And I am going to be working on the Menger sponge today, and all is right with the world. Even my rib cage feels like it's, back where it belongs. I don't know what happened, but something happened. Anyway, today I have a lot of building to do because I've got to keep that project going, and I also have some different varying things to talk about, stuff that's happened over the week and the weekend and everything else. So I'm going to get into it. But before I do that, let me go ahead and say thank you to the people who are able to help support the channel in whatever way you can through Patreon. Elmace11, Zogman, Finium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. You are all so wonderful. You get me choked up. Really, honestly, if I didn't have you guys, at the very least, as company along the way, this would be so much less fun. I'd probably still be doing it, but you guys make it more enjoyable. But you also make it so that I can do things like this multi-streaming. And being able to have that little extra wiggle room makes things so much easier and nicer, and makes it so that I can be able to hang out with you guys more regularly and I guess better. So thank you ever so very much. Now let me come over to where did it scroll to? Here we go. And if you too would like to help support my channel, I have a link down below for that. If you can't support by way of like Patreon or Streamlabs or something like that, I do accept likes and follows and subscribes. Just getting started on Twitch. I don't have all the funny bells and whistles figured out yet for you being able to redeem bits or whatever it is to throw tomatoes at my head, or set up a PNG tuber animation for my face or whatever. I'm still figuring all that stuff out, still getting my wings unfurled over there on the purple channel, but I'll get it figured out. I do have a small piece of news before I go into the Minecraft though, and that is, if I come, you can't see what I'm doing, but I can, and that's all that really matters here. If I come back over here to my dashboard on this, it is the year 2024, and I figured it would be neat to mention that I have 2024 subscribers on the YouTubes, and I love the congruence of those things. It's neat. I wonder how many people get the year's number of subscribers during that given year. Probably the first batch of people would get it pretty easily, but it seems just kind of interesting. It's a milestone of significance, because no matter what, it's past the year 2000. YouTube didn't start until after 2000, so that 2000 subscribers is nothing to sneeze at, but getting the exact number of the year, I think that's pretty cool. Also, I am probably, after this stream, I'm going to be able to activate memberships and supers over on the YouTubes. I have 2,994 public watch hours out of the 3,000 public watch hours needed to do that. So that is pretty awesome. It's probably going to happen tonight or tomorrow or something like that. That will be really cool. I am, just a wee bit panicked because I was hoping to have uh, a more streamlined system so that I could have the same levels on the Patreon and the memberships, but I'll get it figured out. I will be forced to. Hooray for timing. Anyway, let me move this out of my way here, move this out of my way here, move this into my way here, pop out this chat so I can have it over on this monitor. There we go. Just in case one person decides to chat at me over on the purple channel. Minimize you, come back over here, and oh, also in the top right corner, I have a new addition to my overlays and things. Instead of going month by month, I just have the little progress bar up there that says if that gets filled up by the end of the year, I get to continue multi-streaming again next year. If not, then hopefully at the very least I'll be able to have Dinobot on Discord. But that right there, that bar means multi-streaming again next year. That's the bare minimum. So anyway, let's come back over here and go into Performium, and let's go to Wild. Let's get Wild. And oh, I'm down here. What is my inventory looking like? I am at not a whole lot in there. I did make a bunch of this. That should be good for today, I hope, in addition to what I've already got. Boop, boop. Let's just go ahead and fill it all the way up. One more. And there's Cuddles getting her own chiseled deep slate going. I don't know if she knows that there's some chiseled deep slate already in the double chest. I'm sure she will find out. I don't know why I'm flying back here. Nothing over here is what I need for today. Today, I'm working on the Menger sponge. Oh, it's daytime, but it's not noon. P time at noon. Boop, there's the sun. P weather. Oh, why am I doing this? I need to make my announcement. Changing the time and the weather won't do me any good. I need to make my announcement. So let's grab my links over here from my FAQ channel on the Discord. Let's see here. Come chill to some Menger sponge building with us. And I go like this. Copy. And I go, or there. And I copy all of this and I paste it again. And there's that. And now I go over to Candy. Visit Candyland. And minimize that. There we go. Fly over here so I can chat. And oops. Paste again. Back to wild. Now, P rhyme. Prime. Prime at noon. No, that'd be 1. 1 is prime. No, technically it's not. 2 is prime. 1 is called identity. There's 2 ways of treating the number 1. Additively, or using it as what's called numeric identity. P weather clear. And I have long maintained that when it comes to this math problem called the Collatz conjecture, and this is another opportunity for my dork to show. The Collatz conjecture states that if you follow a sequence of numbers using a certain algorithm, that every number will eventually lead you to 1. And there's this confusion that surrounds it. They say that there's a trivial loop. And the trivial loop means that when it reaches 1, you have to do the algorithm again. But that's wrong. When you reach 1, you're done. There is no trivial loop. But now, because they think that there's a trivial loop that goes 1, 4, 2, 1, 4, 2, 1, 4, 2, they think, well, what if there's another trivial loop somewhere else out in the vast infinite fields of numbers? There's not. But it's probably impossible to prove that there's not. But if you start working away from 1, you will get a single location in this number chart for every single number that exists. And it'll only show up once. And if it only shows up once, then there's no trivial loop. And that also accounts for the number 1. Alright, so this layer, I am doing that again. So I do 1, 2, 3, and then skip, and then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes? And then that puts that in like so. Yeah, that's right. So what happens with this Collatz conjecture is they say that if you take any number, say the number 5, and if it's odd, you multiply it by 3 and add 1. So 15 plus 1 is 16. Or if it's even, you divide it by 2. 16 divided by 2 is 8. 8 divided by 2 is 4. 4 divided by 2 is 2. And 2 divided by 1 is 1. They say that every number, this fellow named Collatz, says that every number will reach 1 eventually. And it was one of the big math problems of the day, but it seems like nothing good will come from it, so people stopped caring. It's no longer one of the million-dollar questions, so to speak, but it is a math quandary. But I don't think it's actually a quandary. I think people are misunderstanding the question and blowing the way that it needs to be approached way out of proportion. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You're dead. Are you a coward? Look. See that? He's not a coward. He wants to germinate. Anyway, the conjecture is interesting because what comes out of it, if you start at 1, obviously you're already there. You're done. You have solved it. Hooray. No steps needed. You're at 1. But then, if you go to 2, oh, well, you are 1 step away. Then if you go to 3, Well, then you go 3, 10, 5, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. Several steps away. All of a sudden, you've got a whole handful of steps. And then you go 4, and it's just 4, 2, 1. We already know 4, 2, 1. And 5, we already knew 5 from doing 3, oddly enough. And then 6 is, well, it's twice 3. So 6 divided by 2 is 3. And then we know everything from 3 on. Then we get to 7. 7 is 22, 11, 34, 17. And it just goes way up. And then comes way back down. Eventually it does come down to 1. All numbers reach 1. Oh, I must have done an extra long one here. Oops, oops. But, there we go. And then not you. There we go. Okay. So, why I'm talking about this is I believe that in this instance, 1 isn't an additive unit. 1 is representing identity, which is to say the more perfect representation of oneness. The more mathematical one rather than the tangible one. And I think that's where the stumbling block is people are going, no, it's 1 is in 1 apple. No, it's not 1 apple. It is multiplicatively 1. 1 times anything is still just that same anything. You're not changing it. It just says identity. Yes, self. Self exists. And when you reach 1, you're done with the loop or the procedure. And I don't think that there is any reasonable way to, in human or even universal timescales, to be able to show that this is the way it works, but I'm going to chalk it up to gut instinct that it's meant to be identity, not like hands-on. It's supposed to be like the Holy One or whatever. And I don't remember what got me started on the 1 as identity earlier, but there we go. Anyway, so today, obviously, obviously I'm working on the Menger sponge, but after I'm done, I will be working more on the refugee to regent back end. And I have made some outstanding progress on hammering out what needs to happen when, and how much needs to go where, and for what reason. And it's all coming together. It's finally coming together. And I'm down to, I think, 3 categories that I need to hammer out the details for. Nobility, crime, and then the finer details of fortifications. and then it's basically done. The next step after I finish that is going to be to set up on the Discord on the Refugee to Region channel, which is right now only, I think, visible to patrons. Need to set up the list of the data packs and other stuff that's getting used for the challenge so that I can just link to that or just say that the information's in my Discord, and that way I'm not having to spam the description with too many characters, because I'm going to be sending or I'm going to be including the links to where to get all these data packs, and I think that too many links gets considered spam and your video gets taken down or something like that, so I don't even want to mess with that. So I'm just going to say, hey, if you want to know what's going on, it's over here instead. I might even be able to include the primary resource pack that I put together using, I think, the first 12, 13, or 14 of the resource packs needed for the data pack to work, because that's what I've got. This right here says incompatible, but this right here is the last one that works. And all these other trial ones are, I need to actually delete them from this list. And then whenever I switch to 1.19, all of these three pop back over here. I have to move them back over when I'm playing 1.20, but that's a whole bunch of work right there. A lot of work going into this project. And I'm just chomping at the bit. I can't wait to get started on it, but I want to make sure that everything's set up right before I start. I want to say, okay, here's all the links, so everyone's attributed. Here is what I'm going to be doing personally with the challenge. Here's links to my existing knowledge of where versions of descriptions of the challenge are. Put all that stuff up front so that I can say, if you have any questions, just go over here, so I can focus on doing the challenge, because there's already a lot to do in the challenge. My capital and my nation populations continue to grow in number even before I start the challenge, because there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, and a lot of things contribute to population and growth, and I'm just going to have to get all the numbers preset before I start barreling into things. Oh. Let's see here. Yeah, I have that. Give me just one moment. I forgot to do a thing. Over here in general. There we go. I forgot to read today's dad joke at the beginning of the stream. Something was nagging me and I was going, well, I did that, have that. It's today's dad joke. What has a bed that you can't sleep in? A river. I mean, I guess unless you're sleeping with the fishes, in which case, huh. Into my set. Alright. Back to here. Back to this. And then this. I think my total population that I've got right now, once everything is done with the Refugee to Regent Challenge, is, well, let's see here. I can actually bring up my spreadsheet and scroll. It is 9,914. 9,914 mouths to feed. Well, not counting livestock. By the time I'm done with that challenge. And as I've been going through and doing the paperwork, I have been building out the story and the lore and all that kind of stuff that I'm going to be including in my version of the challenge. My pursuit of it. Also, I am getting a little bit better idea of how I'm going to go about making the program so that people can just say, all right, I want to do the Refugee to Regent Challenge. I want to do it on this difficulty. I want this many outliers per stage. I need... I'm going to stop at exactly this point in the challenge, so some people stop right when their capital gets to the Nether Star Imperium. Hooray, I made it this far, I'm done. Some people are gluttons for punishment and keep going, like me, which is why I will end up at 9,914 instead of... Where is 2,390? Oh man, a lot of growth. If I stopped right at the Nether Star Imperium, it would be half of my challenge stage-wise that I actually have planned. And it would be about 7,000 less population. Wow. I am glutton for punishment. Let's see here. Oh, also other projects for my Skyrim. I'm planning for / preparing for worst case scenario, and that is that no matter what, inevitably, I will just end up with save file corruption. At this point in my testing, I don't think I can escape that fact. So instead of trying to completely mitigate, or as completely as I can, mitigate the impact of that, I'm going to prepare for having uh, a new sort of, I guess, character roles as I go forward in playing. So, like, say for instance, my first character gets to the point where I can't load a save file without crashing. I will say, well, that's the end of that character's story. Now let's roll a new one. And instead of me being all picky and saying, oh, I'd love to play this kind of character or that, I'm going to see about doing random. Random race, random alternate start, random religion, and then see what sort of story I can tell with that character by going full random. Yeah, save file go burr. Indeed. I even have a name for the series planned. It's called Until It Just Works. There's only one thing really that I can think of that's actually causing the issue, and it's just simply manifesting as a camera issue on load, and that is somehow, by some magic of numbers, I am past the maximum file size of 64 megabytes. That's too much. And that when it goes to try to load, it uncompresses the file and says, "Oh, too big. Let's just kill it now." And then at the point that it decides to kill it, obviously it'll crash. And it just so happens that during that moment, it's trying to load camera-related stuff, and then that is the error that I get in the crash log. That's the only thing I can think of as the reason behind why this is going on. But when I go and look at the save files, they're like 23, 26 megabytes, and yes, they could be significantly compressed. You walked into a hole. They could be significantly compressed. And then when it goes to load them, it says, it's above 64 megabytes now, so can't do it. Bye, sorry. But I really honestly don't think that that's actually what's going on. But it's the only explanation that I can think of that might be a step in the right direction. Who knows? The king's court was slain by a spider. Wait, it just occurred to me. There is none of Merlin on. Stream, not stream. Chances are, Clicky is not actually active right now. They might be AFK. There's two kinds of people when it comes to SMP servers. There are the actively working on project people, and then there are the I play on this server but I'm AFK all the time people. That second group of people probably started off being pretty active, but then it became a, well, what do I do with my time now that I've done all the things that I want to build? Witch and fish for spawners. Did I miss a piece of conversation? You had a headache reading my message that I typed here. On Minecraft? I said, hey Clicky. Clicky is a player. Top right, you can see CLICCY, yellow. I said, hey Clicky, I just showed off your map on stream a couple weeks back. If that's what you're talking about, Vex. But this, witch and fish for spawners. What are you saying, Cuddles? Did I miss something? Was that meant for someone else? Oh! Oh, he's saying, if you were saying, hello, sir, to Johnny, then he was saying hello back. Oh, and Cuddles, if you're getting a buffer on the stream, are you watching both? As appreciated as that is, you don't have to do that. I see you over there, little gold helmet. That's why it's a little gold helmet. Hello. Oh, it was too soon. You dodged! Really? You're closer than that? You were closer than that. Neat. Okay, that's that layer done. Everything looks right. set that little patch of green. Okay, so now it's this layer. So recently I have been doing the ADHD idle clicker extravaganza streams and been using them to get some busy work done for like my refugee to regent spreadsheet and all that kind of stuff, and figure things out on that. And while I do eventually intend on doing a full 9-game stream, 5 games is still significant. How long have I been building this? June 23rd, but not every day. Oh, no, June 30th. I'm sorry. June 30th. But I have to, in order to stay on top of some of my projects, I have to basically bring in an outside party. I have to have what's called body doubling or whatever. I have to make sure that I don't just open up the program and then, you know, browse Wikipedia for 5 hours. I have to do stuff. And the best way for me to do that is to be observed. And so I use my streams to get the projects done, the ones, especially the ones that are at a point where I am dreading working on them. That way I'm forced to come up with a finished product because I'm being watched. I'm streaming. I put it on stream and my audience is my... I have all the motivation in the world. My audience is my discipline to stick to it. And so it is interesting because this new, I guess, paradigm that I am doing, the idle clicker extravaganza, probably because it has the word ADHD in it, but it has garnered a lot of views and a lot of watch time. It has been responsible for boosting my numbers quite a bit recently. So once I get the refugee to regent paperwork done, I'm going to finalize which 9 games I'll be doing so that I can, at the very least once a week, do an idle clicker extravaganza. Might do it on a weekend because it's more mindless than some of the other things that I could be doing. It's not like I have to plan a neighborhood or figure out where I'm going to go for a Skyrim character or whatnot. I have a message. Ah, okay. Oh, check my statistics on placing just this one block. Statistics. I don't know if you can do just one block. Well, I guess you can. I would love to be able to sort this. Wait, which column is placing? Times mined, times broken, times crafted, times used, times picked up, times dropped. I don't think there is a statistic for times placed. Yeah, there isn't. Highest number I have right here is 645,000, and that's times used. $134 times dropped. That seems pretty low, honestly. Where'd he go? There we are. Maybe I can just get an estimate of number of blocks placed total. None of these seem to be blocks placed. There's damage dealt. That's a high number. Mobs. Items, yeah. Can't look up how many. Yeah, nothing to click over here. Yeah, sorry, bud. It's been a lot. I have placed a lot. Let's see here. This would be 20 blocks. So a larger one here would be 400 blocks. And this would be 8,000. And so this would be 160,000. For a single layer of, or a single tier 4. And so if I've done 4 tier 4s, then that means that I have done 640,000 blocks placed, which, wait a minute, hold on. Hold on. Where was that? Down here? Did it move? Ah, there we go. 640,000 times used. There we go. 640,000 is times used. Okay, so that's me using the block. So my math was pretty spot on. It wasn't until I said the number out loud that my brain said, "Hey, dummy, that's the same number you just saw." The sponge is further than 4/20ths because Cuddles has also been helping on the back wall of it. I've been doing the front vertical end, and Cuddles has been helping with the part over that direction. And I bet if she looked up her stats, she could say how many she's placed, and then we could actually get a pretty solid number estimate about how far we are along. because this is 3.2 million to get the whole project done. And if I'm 600 something thousand, she's 600 something thousand, maybe 700 or 500, I don't know. That either way, that puts us over a million. That's a third of the way done. Oops. So placing is used as far as the stats are concerned. I'll have to try to remember that if that ever comes up again. And it's okay. You are forgiven, Vex. It happens to the best and the worst of us. As they say, an error does not become a mistake until you refuse to fix it. You have apologized for it. When it comes to stuff like chats and whatnot in my streams, I like to use the same sort of method that like Captain Sparkles uses. Everyone knows what he means when he says fork and shorts and things like that. Everyone knows what he means. Gosh dang it. But he doesn't outright say the things, and it's through years of practice of using the circumventing that you can just kind of train yourself to not. It's best to save all the fancy words for when you're in a group of sailors. Because don't you know, they cuss like sailors. Oh, you you put the tear face thing. I used to know the names of all those different text emotes, or at least what they used to be called back in the day. I had a list of them. The capital T's are tears, and the W is part of the crinkly mouth from an uwu face. But there's different specific names for each of those different emotes, and I can't remember what that one is. But you accidentally un-auto-corrected it or whatever to something else. Yes. How unfortunate. I think the closest I've ever come to anything resembling foul language on any of my content is on one of my streams. I responded in a cartoonish way that was similar to one of the comics that I still can't find who did it and what the comic is. That they also use language to circumvent using cuss words, but their language is a lot closer, but it's still, in writing it's clearly not the same, but audibly it's significantly closer. And when I said it out loud, my ears heard it, and I went, "Oh no, that's gonna be misconstrued. They're gonna say I actually said it." Hello, you're dressed very finely, sir. Here, let me dry clean that for you. If I ever do make a a data pack or a mod or anything that involves enchantments, I'm gonna see if there's a way to change the values in opposite directions. So protection 1 gives you some level of protection, protection 2 higher level, and so on and so forth. But I wonder if there's a way to go in fractions, like protection 1/2 or unprotection 1, unprotection 2, make you more fragile. I wonder if there's a way to do that. Because I think that would be hilarious. Someone gets really excited, they find a netherite chest plate and they get the enchantment unprotection. They don't read it really well, and all of a sudden they get one shot by like a llama or something. I think that would just be hilarious. Ow. I would also make it so that if you were wearing a full set of leather armor, all 4 pieces, then you would automatically get the invisibility potion effect. Because it's made of hide, you see. Look at that. She's placed even more than I have. Because I've been splitting my time between all of my other projects. So, calculator. 3,200,000 minus 645 and some change equals 2.5 thousand or 2.5 million minus 749. Let's round up. Oh. We have 1.8 million blocks to go. Not quite halfway there. Halfway would be another 200,000. Which, considering that we aren't mainlining this project, I'm only working on it about once or twice a week. And I don't know how often she works on it. She's been busy doing IRL stuff lately. Considering all that, this has been getting some pretty substantial progress. Oops, oops, oops. For only having been in the works since... I know it started on June 30th of last year, but that's the last day of June. Come on, let's call it July. It's been underway for 6 months. Oops. That's pretty neat. But yeah, all this back here, this is all Cuddle's work. I've done the front end. She's been doing more that direction than I've done in the front. But then I've also been working on Undercity and the liminal space and building the storage facility. Cuddles helped with that too, though. In fact, I'd say Cuddles did about half of the everything. Clearing and laying in floors and shelves and stuff. Oh, and as predicted, by the way, the music just reminded me. Not that I even care to figure out which one or ones cause it. All of my streams that go to VOD on Twitch have sections that are muted because, you know, they don't recognize this music as being attribution free, even though it is. Maybe if I put something in the comments or in the description, how does it word it? Let me see here. We have audio library. It says terms and conditions. Music from this library is intended solely for you by you in videos and other content that you create. You may use music files from this library in videos that you monetize. Yeah. This is clearly stuff that I'm creating, as far as I can tell. Hey, monkey! How goes things? There was some confusion for a little while. Like shortly after you stopped showing up, another person with the name Monkey in their username showed up and was spending some time in chat. And at first, I thought they were you. And then it took me a few exchanges to go, wait a minute. This is not you changing your username again. This is someone else different. But welcome back, Monkey. Welcome back. Oops, 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 oops. And again. Let's see here. The next layer gets torches, which I've pre-made a whole bunch of. An imposter. What do you call a noodle that isn't a noodle? An impasta. And hello, vanish. Where is my paste info? Scroll, scroll, scroll. My pastes. There we go. Copy. Minimize this. Come over here. Boop. Been a while since I was able to put my paste in chat for a new user. How do I have more than one copy paste? I have pre-typed a whole fleet of messages over on my Discord, and I just tab over to it, I select what I want to paste, and I put that into the chat. So I am trying to figure something out while I'm doing this. I have a process running in the back of my mind while everything else is running in the foreground. I'm trying to figure out for the Refugee to Regent challenge if I can just if I can find somewhere in all of the existing paperwork that gives at least a good sort of a lead on how many people are considered criminals based on populations in the slums and things like that. If I can do that, then I can just use my existing spreadsheets to produce a crime population it doesn't have to get added to the total because they are already accounted for as far as kingdom population. And then from there, all I really have to do is make sure that I have an appropriate number of, I guess, crime bosses above them. And then make the crime bosses have effectively noble status. They've got their estates and all that kind of stuff. And I could even do, I guess, what you might call promoting from within, which is to say the crime bosses could start off as regular slummies and then work their way up to slum lords and then so on and so forth, and eventually become Mr. Big or whatever. I might be able to do something like that and not have to worry about adding or subtracting population from one place to another. It could just be a how many people are criminals, and then I just have to make sure that that number stays smaller than the enforcement number, police, military, etc. And I wouldn't have to worry about dealing with trying to come up with rebellion stories and things like that. How do you randomly get a mystery box? By being on and just, you know, existing. Usually by being active, digging things, looting through chests, moving around, killing mobs. But I've seen some people get them just from standing there, so I don't think you have to do anything at all. Just being on, you get a mystery box sometimes. It's random chance. The game says, it's time for a mystery box. Let's give it to, picks from, in this case, 7 people. Let's give it to this person, and let's make it this level mystery box. And they don't care, or the program, the function, whatever, doesn't care whether or not you can open the mystery box. It just says, here you go, have one. Good luck. Have fun. It will sort? No. Did really? I'm a dum-dum. So I have mined with a netherite pickaxe almost 3.2 million blocks so far. That's almost as many as I need for the entire Menger sponge. One of these was a really nice pair of shears. I felt so cursed when I broke that pair. Because I typed fix all. Or I thought I typed fix all. And then I immediately went right back to breaking leaves. And it turned out that what I actually typed was fox instead of fix. And so my really nice pair of shears, I think they were Opgod shears, just broke. And I've thought about getting some custom shears. In fact, I do have some unused tokens. I might be able to squeeze in a pair of shears. But my fear is I'll forget to mend them or fix them, and no matter how many levels of unbreaking, a pair of shears doesn't have a lot. TPA Banny. Or Bandy? Banny is better. Wait, what do you mean, never mind? Is it gone? Your castle vanished into the air, which is to say it went unclaimed for being inactive for more than 60 days, and all of the parts are just gone. Oh, that reminds me. You were on 2 days ago? It should not have vanished in that short a time. Let's see here. Boop. Alright. 18 days. I really hope that person just forgets to log in, because they made the agreement with me that they would just give it over, and then they just came on and reclaimed their area, or I guess let it, or not, didn't let it unclaim, even though they only come on once every 60 days. And I mean, it's their prerogative. If they want to say, yeah, here, you can have it, and then never give it to me, haha, I guess joke's on me, but come on, man. Here, hold my hobo. Here's to hoping they forget to log in the expiration time, and I can reclaim it. So for the Refugee to Region Challenge, there is a section dedicated to nobles and leaders and all that kind of stuff that shows up on all the stages, where you have to make sure you are building or upgrading their estates or letting them go up in rank, I guess. Marquis, Duke, Baron, that sort of thing. And I've been trying to figure out how I'm going to, I guess, standardize the procedure for all of that, like I have done for many of the other aspects of the challenge, so that I can say, all right, here's the baseline. Here's what you need to do. Then, any extra floweriness that you want to add to it, any extra lore, story, or any extra block types or anything else that you want to add on top of all this, fine, have fun. But I think what I'm going to do is, obviously the player estate is the highest level. The Mind Electric, I don't know. I don't know if I have by name. Obviously, I'm not going to test it on stream, but I will try to remember that later. Anyway, the player estate is pretty substantial, and then the noble estates are less so, but they are still significant. And I'm thinking, excuse me, I'm thinking what I need to do is find some way of making like a gradient, like number of rooms added per stage, amount of servants or something, for the different aspects of the estates. And then if it's a marquis, give them this many new things per stage. If it's a baron, this many, and so on and so forth. That way, I can have a baseline and treat the different nobles as like mini stages for the challenge. Because once I get to a certain point, what I'm going to be doing is giving the majority of the nobles their own outlier. And while most nobles want to live where they are in charge, the reasoning for my decision on giving them their own outlier is because well, that's gone forever. Is that the place where they will be moving to is a giant floating island in the sky, over the ocean, and that's part of the terrain generation from Terralith, something. Probably Terralith. Alright, that layer looks done. The next layer is going to be a complete layer, but before I do it, let me do some drink things. I'll be right back. I have become endirtified. Blair. All right. So I've done a little bit of an experiment with the cats. Uh, got the voltage just right. No, I mean, I have learned that the cats at this point have, I guess they've determined that my bedroom is like the Holy of Holies or something, and it's the sacred place where they can't get in. And now that they are somewhat allowed in, they just go in there and lay down. They don't do anything. They just lay down and sleep all day long. They pick a spot. They do not move. They sleep. They don't rambunctiously play around. They just sleep. And yes, that's where the bed is, and the occasional pile of clothing. But they have lots of things that they could theoretically mess with, but they don't. Is this right here on a chunk border? Hold on. It is. That further compounds my belief that it is chunk border based. For when things vanish after placing them. That is funny. But anyway, I left the bedroom door open, and they have had plenty of access to go in and out, but they have just stayed in the bedroom. Oh, way past. And they're not pawing and prodding at the door up here to try to get my attention. They're at the far other end of the house, just happily sleeping away. You're looking for me on the Menger sponge. Uh-oh. Well, good luck. Hint, I am near-ish to Redstone Road. I'm presently at a corner where you can see a pixel art. And a vantage point of this big dragon thing. And you fell. You don't have fly, do you? Well, I'm sorry, Cuddles. I thank you for trying to watch it on both. Well, that might be. Who knows? Speaking of having ads, I'm not 100% certain what the procedure is for the transition between not being able to have members and supers and then suddenly being able to. And so in the back of my mind, I've been pondering that today. So if I'm particularly quiet for a long stretch and or you hear maybe me breathing on the mic, it is me trying not to have a panic attack. Because I can feel, it feels like lightning on my scalp right now. And I know what it is. It's one of my stress symptoms. Oops, oops, oops. Oh, I should mention, by the way, for people who are in the good old US of A, it's the beginning of a new year, obviously. And that means you're going to start getting your tax stuff in. Do remember that tax season is rapidly approaching. Brace for impact. You fell again? Oh no. It is going to be rather difficult to get up to where I am. Actually, no. No, it's not, come to think of it. You could be a real goober. And I'm not telling you to do this, but you could. Out here is not cleaned. Oh, wait. I might be wrong on that. That's too far away. No, actually, I think this is claimed by that other guy. So never mind. I was gonna say you could nerd pull up the side and then drop in, but you built up and destroyed it. So it is unclaimed there. Can't find me? Well, that's because I keep moving around, probably. Oh, okay, yeah. You're on the wrong side. Oh no! Yeah, the big tall one over there, that's not where I am. I'm over on this side. I've been sort of watching chat. I've been watching chant, you know. They're summoning the great block. That's one aspect of the Refugee to Regent challenge that was kind of tough for me to hammer out for a while. Is they want to include a religion aspect, Cubaism or whatever they called it, where there is a deity for dirt and then wood and stone and so on and so forth, but there's also one version of the challenge has this overarching deity. And so between the three major different versions and some of the minor ones, there are dozens of different gods and goddesses for the pantheons. And so what I tried to do is make a standardized system. Well, there goes that block. Oh, I got it. Haha! And while streaming on Discord, I think, for Ogma Infinium, one of my patron people, I managed to come up with a workable solution for all the different stages that it progresses nicely and smoothly. It incorporates items from newer versions of the game, including the copper and the skulk and amethyst. I'm generally happy with the way I have laid it out. I've got representation for two of the pantheons. One of them is kind of just, it's more like credits than it is a pantheon. Why, hello. How are you? So you build a shrine to Notch, the creator of Minecraft. You build a shrine to Dinnerbone and Jeb and others like that. And there isn't really any structure behind it. It's just hi and now bye. It's just kind of there. But the other, I will call them more major pantheons, have like lineage, and then there's sublore, and there's like favored items and times of the year and stuff like that. And there's a little bit more thought that has gone into them, but all the lists are woefully incomplete. So I had to sit there and come up with something that I could use as a standardized piece of information to bridge the gaps for the empty spaces. Oh, there it is. And then bring some of the stuff up to the current date with 120 stuff. And I'm still struggling to get some of the things incorporated, because one of the things that I want to try to do is have an explorers guild also, in addition to everything else. One of the other facets of Minecraft that never got covered in any of the guild types is exploration. there's agriculture, there's mining, there's crafting, there's trading and mercantilism, there's military, but there's no, like, adventuring and exploring and all that. There's an achievement in the base game for exploring all the biomes. In fact, I think I even... I might have it. Yeah, it's between Minecraft. Maybe it's under Minecraft. No? I thought for sure. Oh, there it is. It's boots, of course. Okay, so it is on the adventure tab. There we go. 52 biomes. And then there's discovering all the other places and stuff like that. And then I've also got questing and other things. Wait, what's this? Look at a parrot through a spyglass and look at a gas through a spyglass. I could get some achievements. But for my Refugee to Regent challenge, I actually have a data pack called the Explorers Guild. And I have added the ability to track down biomes and structures by making special compasses. I have a lot of emphasis that I want to put on exploring, including exploration-based quests, where once per stream or episode or whatever, I have an ever-increasing radius random number generation for here are coordinates, go to them and see what you can find. There may be nothing at the coordinates, there may be nothing between you and the coordinates, but the adventure is the objective. And so I want to maybe include some sort of an Explorers Guild in addition to everything else that's going on. Okay, no playtime bonus for me, even though I've been on for almost 2 hours. No, it's been more than 2 hours because I logged in. No, I logged in at the beginning of the stream, logged back in. So there was a period of time when I wasn't logged in. Hi, Cuddles. So I am on Hub 1. Go to Hub 2. Let's go to Hub 3. And I have an idea. I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to reconnect 350 people. Big oof. And let's see if maybe that number changes. No, it doesn't. I give up. I give up. At least I get these guys. Which this is kind of irrelevant, but it's fun to see what happens in chat. Because the way that they had to make it so that I was so that I was the higher tier YouTube rank. Um, they have uh, two quote invisible ranks above the amethyst tier or rank or whatever, and so I get all of the things that the highest clubs and everything else get. So by sheer accident, who are you? J-Wolf, 1963. By sheer accident, I have a few extra collectibles and things than I had before. I finally have morphs. I finally have morphs. Anyway, we're here for building. You fixed the thing that was uneven, so you destroyed the side. I will definitely come do that. Let me finish this ring. If my mouse can stay, or my mouse and keyboard can cooperate and stay in line. Ta-da! All right. TPA Bonnie. It's raining bad where you are. Where is it that it's raining bad? Ooh. Nice mix. You've got the polished along with the bricks. Nice crenellations up here. The outside looking pretty snazzy. Don't look around on the side. Got it. Now the question is, are you going to... I air bubble my throat. Are you going to be making like some sort of a redstone, like a gravel or concrete drawbridge thing? Ah, you're getting storms too, just like Cuddles is then. I love finding these, like the surface ponds or whatever, surface lakes, surface ocean, whatever, that spill into a chasm. This is neat. I love finding these that go almost all the way down to bedrock, if not all the way down. Like this one is still going down a bit, but it's probably... Oh, wait, no. Here we go. Some more? No. Stops there. Oh, here we go. This goes down. Still going down. Down into deep slate land. Down, down. Let's see where it goes. Is that a torch? That's a torch. Ooh. How do you change the time? You do P time. And if you want to stay a certain thing, you go at. If you want to just change it temporarily to that time, you leave the at off. And it'll say some message of some sort, either saying that you messed up or that you did it right. Okay, it feels like it can be lower over here. Oh yeah, for sure it's lower there. Any lower over here? Yep. Still going. What's this depth? I am at negative 54. So this cave system connects all the way down almost to bedrock, if not to bedrock if you count that lava. I bet that lava pool takes me all the way down to bedrock. What's going on over here? Also negative 54. It's bedrock on here. Nine more layers down. There we go. Confuse someone that comes down here. Yeah, it's probably the storm cuddles. It probably is. I miss, well, sort of miss, old versions of Minecraft with the introduction of the underground lava pits. Not so much the water pools, but definitely the lava pits did this. It would generate the world, generate the bedrock, and then afterward it would generate the lava. And wherever there was supposed to be still lava, not flowing but still, lava source blocks, if it said a lava source block goes here, and that here was in the location of a piece of bedrock, it would overwrite the bedrock. And so you could dig through or swim through the lava straight out the bottom of the world. Now this was before elytras. So it was a lot less fun. You needed to have a mod that somehow enabled you to be able to fly, like a jetpack or something like that. But, or magic. But yeah, you could go under the world. It was pretty neat. As Captain Sparkle says, pretty swick. Right into the void. How have you gotten 3 bedrock? They're called spawners. Statistics. Items. Oh, these aren't in any alphabetical order or anything like that. It'll be a low number of dropped. It'll be above 0. I saw the coal ore, got real excited. Wait, is bedrock not on this list? I'm sure for me it'll be less than 500, so let's do it this way. Wait. I thought I had picked up more ancient debris than that. I know I picked up more ancient debris than that. Huh. $161 ancient debris. Where is bedrock? I know I've placed and picked up more than 5 spawners. Maybe it's on the main tab? Oh, what am I doing? I don't know. So PV30. Oh no, I stopped carrying the... Yeah, I stopped carrying the ancient debris with me. I know I have 4 stacks total, at least, that I've mined myself. And it's saying 160. 4 stacks is no fewer than 256. So I don't think all the numbers are always right. Sorry about that distraction. Oh, by the way, I did notice this. I presume this was you, Johnny. Because you were talking about it at the time, but this happened before my countdown ended. I'll rerun that. Thanks for the follow. If it wasn't you, Johnny, then thanks for the follow anyway. I was just reminded of that. Ooh, that was a curtain of rain. So I'm thinking tomorrow I'm going to be doing another idle clicker extravaganza thing so that I can get some more work done on the refugee to regent. And then maybe on Wednesday I might be doing some Skyrim, but I think the testing is at its limit with what I need to do to understand what is going on with the different mods and stuff. Everything seems to be functioning the way it's supposed to, except for, you know, the save crashes, which I seem to have little to no control over, because my superstitions about what caused them proved to be wrong. It seems to just be amount of stuff that I do that's causing it. It seems to be very similar to what I had that used to happen on Fallout New Vegas, where after I had a character that I'd basically done everything, all the DLC and all that on, and I tried to do more and more stuff, little side quests, radiant quests and all that kind of stuff, and explore all the things, and try to do everything in Fallout New Vegas, it would get to a point where it would load the save, I might be able to take 1 or 2 steps, and then it would crash. And then I would load a save from, I don't know, the day before, and play it some more, do completely different things, and then after another day's worth of playing, I would go to load a new save, or a fresh save, I should say, and it would either crash on load, or it would crash just after I loaded everything. So maybe it is save file bloat. I don't know if there's anything I can do to fix that easily. There is a, quote, fix that I found that involved finding when my last good save was. And the way to do that is go in and do player.kill and let the game figure out for itself what a good save file looks like. And then it'll load that, and then you make copies of that, and then you load it in after having disabled all of the mods. Well, you do have 5 bars of signal on here at least, Cuddles, so that's something. Hey, it's Bag of Air. But I have over 300 mods. And this doesn't say to just disable them. This says to remove them completely. And then do the busy work and then reinstall the mods again and let it pick things back up. It feels like that sort of a solution might work if, say, you've got 10, 15, 20 mods. But when you're looking at 300 mods, I really don't believe that solution's going to work for me. And they say that even with doing this, it only buys you a little time, because if you're at the point where your save file is starting to bloat, then there's not really much that can be done for it other than just stop playing that character. And that's what everyone is saying, which is very discouraging, because apparently save file bloat happens on the vanilla game. That means that you literally can't do everything on one character. It's impossible. If save file bloat happens on the vanilla game, then I have no chance. But what really baffles me is it's happening for me at around level 45-ish, something like that. 43, I believe. Somewhere around there. Between 45 and 50, I guess. I've had characters last past level 70. I've had characters get almost to level 100. With way different mods, more involved stuff, and me going into all the quest lines of all the mods one at a time, and it's been just fine. I've had characters that I've had, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 hours on one character. So I'm not 100% convinced it's save file bloat. But there is something going on. And if I can't find a game solution, then what I'm going to have to do is come up with something else. And here's what I'm thinking about doing on Wednesday's stream. I have a piece of software that I use for writing scripts. I mean, I have lots of different software for writing code and stuff. Different versions of BASIC from back in the day, a bunch of C and Plus and Sharp, and somewhere I've got Fortran. Somewhere I've got COBOL. I don't even remember where my Trash 80 simulator is, but I have a bunch of different operating system and programming language and scripting language options for being able to write something short and sweet, where I can just say generate a new character, and it'll tell me what I need to do, and I will just follow the instructions from the random generation. I'll have to follow them manually, because I don't think I can just say, all right, make a new character with these sorts of stats and all that kind of stuff. But I want to identify what all the criteria are. For instance, obviously there's gender, there's race. I don't care about appearance. I might as well just click randomize on the appearance. That doesn't really matter to me. But there's gender, there's race, there's, because of Winter Sun, there's religion. Because of the starting spell slots, there are options for 5 different schools of magic for what spells you start with, including none. You can start with none in one or more of the spell slots. And conjuration. And then there's the alternate start, live another life. I can go through the list and write down all the different options of things that I could be starting as. And then when it's all said and done, oh, I guess if I'm going to be doing the Winter Sun thing, there are some deities that aren't available for some races, so I will have to do the Winter Sun stuff, the religion stuff, afterward. But then I also would have to choose, what am I going to focus on for my combat style? What type of character am I going to be? Good guy, bad guy? Because, you know, I might be a vampire that's on a redemption arc. You know, like, I could be, like, Serana, who doesn't want things to go bad for the world. But there's lots of different things that I will need to take into account. And I don't know what all of them are off the top of my head. But just that small list right there is a lot of things to do some data entry on. So what I'm thinking is maybe using Wednesday to gather information on character start options. There's also, I need to look into what all's involved with it, but I have a, oh, hello, I see you, hi, how are you? You missed. There you go. I have a bunch of, I almost called them enchantments. They're not enchantments. Enhancements. Is that what they're calling it on Twitch? It says panels down here at the bottom. It shows only 2 of them. I know for sure I have activated 4 of them, so there's even more information that I need to deal with that. All right, that's good. But I have these extra things that I can add on, including something called crowd control, and apparently there's crowd control options for most popular games. So I could maybe figure out some sort of crowd control thing for Skyrim, something for Minecraft, and also I need to figure out all of the different like emoji stickers and all that kind of stuff, and bit redemption, and I don't even know if I have to wait to do that until I'm a certain level of streamer on there or what, but there seem to be a lot of things that are missing pieces of information for me that I need to look into. But as far as the Skyrim specifically is concerned, I could maybe try to figure out how crowd control works and see if I can get something about that started, or I don't know. I don't know what I have at my disposal, honestly. I was standing still. Well, bye. Goodbye. So, I'm either going to be playing, or I'm going to be testing, which I guess is technically playing, or I'm going to be just spending most of the time trying to figure out what I need to do for the coding. But one thing I do know for sure is my main Arth character that I've been using for the testing up to this point. You're not going to go in the hole? There you go. He has an awful lot of books at his disposal. And I want to use that character for accruing as many books as I can. So I want to see if I can get some of the book quests done. And then get a save that works after I do that. One of the things that feels like might be going on with the save file issue is when a script starts, it needs to run its course, and some of them are long scripts that just keep going until you've completed this particular quest or something like that. And so what might be happening is I just might have too many active quests, and I need to finish a whole bunch of them all in one go so that I can get a cleaner save. I'm not saying that that'll work, but it is a lead, and I'm willing to try it, but my fear is that I'll put a whole lot of time into trying to get a whole bunch of quests done, and I'll make save after save after save, and none of them will stick. And that's a concern that is actual, real, and tangible, that I have lots of evidence to say that that might happen. So I don't know what I'm going to do with / about that. You'll see. But tentatively, Wednesday is going to be Skyrim. Tuesday is going to be working on the P's and Q's for Refugee to Regent. And then Thursday, I guess I'll just play it by ear. I don't even know what I want to do that far ahead. I tend not to plan that far ahead because I never know what the days are going to bring. Sadly. I mean, I do plan to stream, for sure. But unlike the trend of doing Menger Monday like I have been, I don't have specific stuff designed for the rest of the days of the week. And largely that's because my streaming is going to revolve around Refugee to Regent and Skyrim, and then also some stuff for the sequence and other things that I've got planned. So right now I'm just streaming for what I've got on my plate, but I do plan on having something a bit more structured in the future. But the problem is I want to do something that I just can't do. And what that is before I got sick, I was doing a stream a day, a long stream every day, like more than 5 hours at least, 6 or 7 hours per stream per day. And I had a routine of this game on that day, this game on that day, and I can't do that anymore. Not without the risk of getting sick again. Alright, so all of these layers. Okay, so I am right here. I have just put in that layer there. That means it needs to illuminate all the stuff below it, but it doesn't need to illuminate anything above it. These torches illuminate above it. And because this layer is going to be literally everything that matches above it for the 4 large corners, I only have to double up on the torches for these areas, because these areas are going to be entirely exposed. So this is 4 torches because it needs to cover all 8 of these rings. Okay. So single sets for all of them, and then just double sets for these 4 rings worth. Okay, cool. So let's go PB2. Bring down some torches. Also, I'm pretty sure the stuff like the crowd control and all that, I'm pretty sure that doesn't get affected by anything that happens over on YouTube. I'm not all that well versed at all of that knowledge yet. Still learning. But I'm pretty sure that there's no crowd control sort of stuff that you can do through YouTube. It would have to just be done through Twitch. Which is, I mean, I guess it's fine, but my main pursuit is where all my videos are. Twitch is just sort of an expansion, a DLC, if you will. Glad to have it at my disposal. Lot of torches on this layer. Actually, I think this layer is probably one of the most torches other than well, hold on. I'll be able to come look at one in just a bit. When this area gets built up, the entire thing gets double torched all the way around. That because there is going to be airspace over every single one of the holes. Whereas with this, right where I am now, there's not going to be airspace over this. There will be airspace over here. So this is going to get double torched. But right here, no. It occurs to me, only just now, the, I guess, sort of funniness that I started my stream talking about something else generally mathy and nerdy, the Collat's conjecture. Huh. Okay. Well, that was a breeze. Cold or not, I would like to have one good solid week here where it is not raining, so that I can get some of my midwinter outside chores taken care of. Because I have that sort of clay dirt at my house, and it takes an annoying amount of time to dry out. Which, I mean, it's great if you're a gopher. You should see my yard. But if it stays soggy and wet, it makes it harder to do some kinds of yard work. I don't mind bundling up. It's just stomping around in mud that I have a real problem with. Especially because if I'm stomping around in the mud, making more footprints, it just kills off more of my grass, and it's even worse. So I would much rather not have to deal with all that. So I do most of my yard work when it has been dry for about a week. And for the last couple of months, I have not had that as an option. It has not been dry for a week, and certain circumstances, especially lower wind and all that, not only is it wet, but also it's not the right condition for it to evaporate. And so it just gets wet, it stays wet, and I can't do any of my stuff I need to do. So the rain that we're getting today, kind of nonplussed, but it is what it is. Oh, I missed one. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. All right, sit up straight in the chair. There we go. And let's grab a drink. Also, hi Emma. I see you over there on that chat. Hi on Twitch. Hello. And Emma, I know that you are west of me. How goes the weather over there? Have you recently had a good long soaking rain, or is this just coming at me from the south? 2, 3. Oops. There we go. That first one wasn't lined up right. Oh, well, that one's gone forever. Bye. So I wonder how many people who come to my channel because of the ADHD streams see me doing things like this and go, wait, what's this? What devil magic is going on? Nah, actually probably not. The phenomena of hyperfocus is not all unheard of. Even, and especially amongst ADHD people. So let's see here. What do I need to do as far as video making? Because when it comes to my announcement stuff, I don't want it to be on stream. I want it to be videos. So, obviously, I want to be doing the announcements for the Refugee to Regent and for the Skyrim and for the sequence. My quandary is, do I want those, the full announcements of those, to be in with the same video that I am doing the look back and the look forward because of crossing the 2,000 mark? Or do I want to keep them separate? I know that the actual sequence announcement video is going to be its own creature. But I'm not even close to focusing on that just yet because I want to get the busy work done for Refugee to Regent and for the Skyrim series. I'm thinking that what I'll do is I just realized. There we go. I will make just a minor announcement of each of the things in my my 2000 sub video. And then keep the actual full announcements for them separate. That way the people who are wanting to know the stuff about the Skyrim can watch specifically the Skyrim video, and same thing about the Minecraft video. They don't have to suffer through the material that they aren't interested in. It feels like the better way to go. Once I'm done getting all the stuff done for the Refugee to Regent and have begun the series for that and Skyrim, there are a couple other projects that I have had gently underway that I'm going to probably be wanting to recruit at least a rubber duck or two to run some ideas by on the Discord. See about filling in some information that might be missing. Putting our heads together. One of the projects is I am not only writing a book, but I'm also making a YouTube series based on it. And if I can, I'm also going to make a Discord bot. I know it's very ambitious, but it's all on the same thing, so it's not as much work as it might seem like. It's basically the same thing in just different views, I guess. And it's going to be based on, I guess, backroom style liminal spaces. Without being completely the backrooms. But it's generally going to be that premise. And I have certain aspects of it that I have been putting off focusing on because I've had these other projects that I'm wanting to spend most of my time on. But the horizon is quickly approaching where I can see them shining light on the world, so I need to get some more details for them figured out before they start. Also, details for some of my stories. One of the things that I was way overly ambitious for early on, like back when I started my Discord and originally set up my Patreon and all that kind of stuff. I don't know who I thought I was kidding. Me famous? Huh. I have a number of other projects that I have set aside to be worked on with my Patreon people. And it's more story kind of stuff than anything. But the advantage of that is once I get the refugee to Regent and the Skyrim, I almost call it the sequence, that's something else. Once I get refugee to Regent and Skyrim started, I will have a lot more leeway with my time to be able to work on my writing. I've not been allowing myself enough time to just sit down and finish editing a story or flesh out an outline for another one, or make some progress on any of the myriad ones that I've already begun, because I've been wanting to get these things that are more tangible to me. Obviously, I have YouTube going, and it's already on a roll, and so I feel an obligation to keep this boulder rolling. And so what happens is the slack gets released over in the book writing area. And I feel like after I get at least these two projects started, I will have a lot more time available for me to focus on my writing and my editing. And some of the story ideas and other aspects of the writing, I want to try to include and involve my Patreon supporters. Be above and beyond the fact that people supporting on Patreon get signed copies of my books. Yeah, that's still 3 and that's 3. Something seems a little wonky. After I finish this, I'm gonna fly up and see. No. So, it all looks good. Weird. I guess I had an optical illusion. It happens. Interestingly enough, it's actually one of my Patreon supporters that has provided the cover for not only my first sci-fi novel that I published, not my first book, but my first sci-fi novel, but also several of the upcoming ones. He has provided the cover art because that's what he do. He is a graphics artist. Sadly, I have learned that he is rubbish at animation. And I'm hoping to get a scene transition on here on Streamlabs so that when I switch between scenes, like when I go from say here to the Patreon, there's a little animation. A lot of streamers have little screen transitions that happen, that like a big box comes on and there's like lightning or some other little animation that happens, and then when it goes away, it's the other screen, as if by magic. I know exactly what screen transition I want, and stubborn me knows that I could probably accomplish it by making about, let's see here, 3.5 seconds worth of about 50 frame per second GIFs. So we're talking about 175 images with different levels of transparency that move around, rinse the screen out, and then reveal the next screen, and it all revolves around it all revolves around my Thorn of Night logo. But I'm hoping that before I start working on it, I might find someone who says, oh, I can just make an animation that does that. You don't have to make 175 screen-sized 1920 by 1080 GIFs. Because it feels like there is probably a simpler solution than what I would do, but because I am not in that field of knowledge, I would find a way to do it, but it would be much harder way. Oh, the music stopped and my heater kicked off at the same time, and I thought, uh-oh. Are my ears doing a thing? Then my brain said, no, you can hear block, 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 block. Bunches of different stuff on my brain. So I love words. I collect words in lists. I like to study etymologies, which is word origins. I love tracking word origins and histories across multiple languages, seeing how they transform over time, how L's turn into T's, and it is interesting how things happen even within the same the same language from one dialect to another, let alone when words go from one language to another. So it was very shocking to me when I very recently had the aha, because it had never occurred to me before, that a person who works on toilets and sinks and drains and stuff, we know that they are called plumbers. Okay, that much is pretty standard knowledge. But what the aha moment was for me is why they're called plumbers. They used to be people who worked on specifically pipes. And pipes were made of lead, plumbum in Latin. They were called plumbers because they worked on lead pipes. And it only just the other day occurred to me, after all this time of, my whole life I know the word plumber. And then all of a sudden my brain goes, wait, hold on. It's plumber, as in plumbum. It's lead. They work with lead. Or at least used to. That's where their name comes from. It was just one of those amazing kind of things for me. This continuity from one language to another. Why? What did I do? Uh-oh. I did something. Oh no. Oh no. Yep, that's what I did. Remember earlier when I said something looked wrong? I found it. Granted, it's not nearly as bad as it could be, but I hate having to undo. Adios, monkey. Thanks for hanging out. Good to see you again. Glad to see you still up and kicking. And monkey, if you haven't noticed, I not only am streaming on YouTube, but also multi-streaming over to Twitch now. If you feel up to it and have the means, a follow would be greatly appreciated. And also, this goes for anyone else who's watching on one or the other. If you have the means to follow or subscribe on the one that you're not watching on, do please and thank you. All right, now I go this way. Also, thankfully, it doesn't take me too terribly long to undo this little oops. I don't know why, but I just suddenly got a nostalgia for, this was decades ago. I used to go to an apple orchard. Well, it was more than just an apple orchard, but an orchard, and they had these sort of seasonal things that happen, including in the fall they had hay rides, and all year round you can go in, you pay some amount of money, you get to go out into the orchards and fields and stuff, and you get to pick stuff. You pay money to pick things right off the plant. And you know, you can eat while you're out there. If you feel particularly feisty, you can chomp on an apple or eat a handful of berries or whatever. And for some reason, something reminded me of it. Oops. And I got a nostalgia for it. It was at this place that I learned that there are some people who have hands that are capable of just the right amount of pivot pressure to be able to split an apple in half just with their bare hands. Even at my strongest, I found out that my hands don't wrap enough around an apple to be able to do it well enough. I mean, I managed to do it a couple of times, but they can do it consistently, and they're probably stronger than me, but still. It's a neat little trick. Also from this place, I got my first taste at large varieties of different flavors of candy canes. Up until this one visit that I took to this orchard, I was only ever aware as a kid of, you know, the two different kinds of Christmas candy canes. The ones with red, ones with green. and some combinations thereof. Oops. And at this place, they had, for like 10 cents, you could get just a standalone candy cane, and they had all kinds of fruit and berry flavors. They had root beer. They had just anything you could think of that would be in candy form. They had a candy cane for it. And that just blew me away. It was also then that I discovered that ultimately, candy canes and ribbon candy are the exact same thing. As a matter of fact, most hard candies are all the exact same thing. To some extent. But what prompted this memory? I still don't know. A neuron fired and sent me down a little memory rabbit hole. Hooray for nostalgia neurons. Nostalgerons. Oh, wait. Is this one right? Yeah, this one's right. Ay. I'm just glad I noticed it before I started placing these blocks. What really clued me in is when I do my sanity check outside of the build, I make a quick glance and I go, ah, good, there's 2 between the holes. And there were 3 and my brain went, wrong. Oh, Emma, if you're paying any attention at all, it might be of interest to you. The story Making Space that I was working on the other day. I have fleshed out a little bit more of an outline for the flow of events. So a little bit more progress has been made on that story that you were in on the ground floor of, watching me write. So wait a minute, on the statistics, if I come over here to items, times used, times crafted, I have crafted either I have crafted 14,000, no, 14,000 stacks would be, hold on, calculator. That already had information on it. 14,602 times 64. Don't want to do that in my head. Yeah, that would be over 1 million, or almost 1 million over. Yeah, it's not 1 million. I've not done 1 million yet. So I've only crafted 14,000, which that speaks to how reliant I have been on the people who used to play on the server all the time, filling in the donation box with chiseled deep slate after giving them cobbled deep slate and whatnot. So that means there's quite the difference right here. It's 14,000 versus 654,000. But I'm also interested in, I have picked up almost 18,000 of them. But over here, I have mined approaching 16,000 of them. A lot of that is just layers or whatever of oopsies, but most of that is probably just like one block at a time. Ooh, this one block is placed wrong, mine it. Ooh, this one block is placed wrong, mine it. Those add up pretty quick. Wow, that sounds like raindrops the size of my thumb. Holy cow. It doesn't sound like hail. It just sounds like big fat raindrops. And I can tell from my mic progress bar or volume bar or whatever that it's not picking up the rain noises. Even if I stop talking entirely. Yeah, nothing. But I assure you, it do be raining. There's some big fat raindrops going on out here. What? Oh. PV2. I'm so glad, for the purposes of this build, that the chiseled deep slate is non-orientable. Which is to say, if I place it this way, it's still going to place in the same orientation as if I place it this way, or straight down. As opposed to, say, a log, which will face different ways depending on how you place it. Logs are orientable. I'm so glad that it turns out that these aren't. But it makes me think. There are a lot of blocks that are orientable and a lot that are, or are and aren't. Blah, blah, blah. And keeping track of which, for the purposes of building, is a case of memory, but I think that that is where at least some of the interface that 7 Days to Die has recently-ish implemented is actually useful. Because on there, all the blocks are orientable in all of the directions. And rotation and everything else. So what you do is you hold R when you're holding a placeable block, and it brings up a menu for how you want to rotate it. I think it's R by default. It's certainly R on my settings. But I think that if Minecraft were to transition all of the blocks to be orientable, they would pretty much have to come up with a solution like that so that you can lock an orientation or have it place on surface or place 90 degrees to surface or something like that, because now there is enough in the pot of blocks that are orientable that placing some things is very annoying. Also, on that same subject, I feel like we should get the option, like hold shift, and if you want to place water on the side of a block that can be waterlogged, then it will not waterlog that block. I think that that functionality needs to be a thing, because I have had so many of my little concepts that I've been wanting to do for some of the more recent versions of Minecraft, different build ideas and whatnot. I've had them just turn out awful because I have to do all these extra steps of, all right, replace this specifically placed block with a solid block so that I don't have to worry about waterlogging it. Okay, now that's in place. Now I can finally place the water and then break the original block again, or the replacement block, and then place back the original, provided I can find the right angle to place that block in its original position. Say like a stair block that needs to be placed just so. I think they need to bring in something that allows you to place water on the side or on the top of a waterloggable block. I think that that would be a tremendous quality of life upgrade that this game really deserves for builders to be able to do. Just saying. I wonder if that's something you could do with a data pack. Come to think of it. Because those would be the data packs that I would make. Non-waterlogging water. Placeable glowstone dust. Colored glowstone blocks and dust. And vertical redstone wire slash dust slash whatever. Those are four that I would love to use, and are intriguing enough to me to make me want to try to get into making data packs. To the point where that might actually be something that I start streaming eventually once I get to that point, like on weekends or something. Stream me trying to code and create a data pack. Because dyed glowstone doesn't feel like it would be too hard to do. Sometime this week, I do plan on putting out a video that's unrelated to basically everything else, but it's one that has been sort of in the works. And now that I have Movie Maker on this computer, I think I can actually bring myself to finish the project. And it's one of those kind of ASMR play in the background while you're sleeping videos, but it's just sort of ambient footage of part of my server that has some interesting spawns that keep happening, that along with a variety of ambient noises, I think I can pull off a decent video. I got ahead of myself again. Oh wait, no, these are correct. It's these. So anyway, it's either going to be one of those 1-hour videos, or if I can manage it, it's going to be a 10-hour video. It'll be the same hour looped. But I want to put together something that I would enjoy listening to while I'm trying to sleep. Something that has enough going on to keep the outside world outside so that my brain can just drift. Additionally, I am considering bringing back, if not from scratch, then trying to rescue the save file and get the same version to work. A series of no commentary long plays that I had begun on a Minecraft world that was just me playing with shaders on and just playing toward a general goal, but just playing Minecraft. Not stress, not some sort of challenge or anything like that. I had goals of trying to get enough iron to make a railway that I want to make, and I on the at the start and the end I had a little information wall that I would look at so that I didn't have to do my intros and outros, but I feel like there is room for that sort of thing in the videos of my channel, and I do want to have something else for people to be able to look at. So I'm probably going to be re-engaging that project. Which makes me wonder, at 1.20.2, can I get my BSL shaders to work on that, I wonder? I'll have to test. Okay. I think for the most part, the panic attack that was trying to engage earlier has faded away. The problem with that is my brain has the ability, I guess, to think it into existence. So it's never really fully gone. It's like clapping. After the first time you start clapping in your life, you can never stop clapping. It's just taking longer and longer between each clap. Like if you're at a play and you clap a whole bunch of times, that last clap, you're not done clapping. It may be until you go to another play or a song or something else makes you clap, but the clap will re-engage at that point and you will continue clapping because you never stop clapping. Well, the same sort of thing with the whole scumbag brain thing is it never shuts off its worry machine. I think Roanoke Gaming is the one who says it is a 3.5 pound electrochemical anxiety machine. And what an apt description for it. And that was weird. My monitor, not my monitor, just the Streamlabs OBS just flickered black for a second. Don't know what that was about. Oh. I see. That's what I did wrong. Actually, this part won't take hardly any more time. It won't take any more time, in fact, than it would originally have. This is the top layer of where this is supposed to be. I'm supposed to build all of this up to here. So we just continue building like we've been doing. It's just now there's some holes. Now that my brain is a little bit less foggy, it can see this more clearly again. That's the thing I hate about the panic attacks is once that part of my brain engages, the rest of my brain is just kind of along for the ride, and I have to, like, if I'm in the middle of a stream or whatever, I have to just pretend like not as much is going wrong. Where if I weren't streaming, this is basically where I would, you know, step away from the computer, lay down, try to get some more sleep or something, because brain go brrr, and I hate the effect it has. I lose focus. I don't pay as close attention to the details as I ought to. I hate it. I need to get to some point where I can afford to get some sort of treatment. Because it's quite the difference between being told, oh yeah, you've got this, and being able to do something about it. Hooray for things. Why, hello. I've been looking for you. Got a message for you. Let's see here. It's a letter. Don't know who from. Wouldn't say. Guess that's it. Gotta go. We're just gonna pretend that that zombie was a courier. Because they've got just about the same pathfinding. They can find you anywhere. Used to be a lot worse. Actually, what was worse than that, oh my god. When 7 Days to Die made that one update so that zombies had seemingly infinite pathfinding ability, that was the worst. You could literally set up a maze that had 1,000 intersections over several layers, and the 7 Days to Die zombies would be able to just, in one go, pick exactly the first step they needed to take to get to you, all the way through the entire maze. They had perfect pathfinding knowledge. It was terrible. Silly clairvoyance. Yeah, they would track us from the bottom of the sham factory all the way straight to the top. Even when it wasn't Horde Night. It was terrible. I hated it. It made building anything completely unfun because no matter how complicated you tried to make things, zombies would just go, ha ha ha, I'm omniscient. I'll come straight to your weakest point. You may not know it, but even though this maze has 75 different steps that I have to do to get to you, if I come from this way, it's just 14. I mean, brains. 7 Days to Die for me is one of those middle ground games. There's some games where you buy it and you regret buying it. Like you know that it is, once you start playing it, you're like, oh, this is awful. Thankfully, some of those you can just get refunds. But then there's games where you get it and immediately you know this is great. But then there are games you get that either because they change over time or it takes a little while to get to the part that's not all that good. You find out, oh, well this isn't all that good. This is a mediocre game. I'm not plussed, I'm not nonplussed, I am just absolutely meh about it. And that's kind of where 7 Days to Die has fallen for me of late. It's definitely not the game that I bought almost a decade ago. It's similar. It has the same vibe-ish, but functionality is very drastically different. Now, I understand that some of the things that we took for granted were exploitative. But some of the stuff was actually really well done, and they decided, let's start from scratch again. And they have started from scratch so many times on that game that for me it has become a matter of just I used to be excited to launch that game. Not anymore. Oh, you're salty about the transition to points instead of do thing better. The new system, as far as I have been able to tell from what I've done in it, is it's not even so much points, it's start doing thing and hope to get a skill book for that thing so that you can get point. It feels like almost everything is learnable strictly through skill books. And at the time that I was testing it, I did not have the moments or the colored pencils to be able to figure out what I needed to do to, at a reasonable pace, advance. So I just kind of, I haven't played it since then, which is terrible. It's a generally good game. It's still fun to play, but they keep taking the rug out from under us. So yeah, right there with you. Ha 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 ha. Wait, twice? Because of how I did this, I didn't get to see the great big version of the heat sink. Ah well. 'Tis what 'tis. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. You just tried opening my chat with T to double check that message. Oh, oh, you're playing Minecraft and you tried to look again to see the Wolfkins chat. Yeah, that's actually really funny. Watching a stream, you went, wait, what'd that say? T. Oh. Right. I'm not there. I had a conversation with someone not too long ago regarding the fact that you couldn't just rewind things that were live on TV or anywhere. If it was live and you weren't recording it, that was it. You had your chance. There's no rewind button. And they just couldn't get their head to focus on the fact that technology is different. And it was just funny. Well, like they're trying to say, well, I mean, like you could, if you were watching it, you could like rewind it on TiVo. No, you don't understand. There was no TiVo. If you wanted to watch something while it was happening, you had to record it if you wanted to see it again. With a VCR, you had to record it yourself. You couldn't just press a button and say, hey, record all my shows. It wasn't like that. There was no video on demand or anything like that. It was just, you watched it when it was on, or you never got to see it. And something about the exchange of trying to press T to see my chat reminded me of the conversation. It was actually kind of surreal thinking about it, because now almost everything everyone's watching all the time, even live stuff, this is live, and you can hit rewind and go rewatch it, and then you can catch right back up. And if you want, you can double your watch pace and catch up and watch everything that you missed while you were looking back, and then get caught up on multiple platforms nonetheless. That's pretty wild. Used to be the only opportunity you got for instant replays was in a sporting game, and they would interrupt the actual live game to show the instant replay. Oh, there he goes. His foot touched the base. Instant replay confirms he's safe. All right, now what's happening? Oh, swing and a miss. We're back live, everyone. It did get to a point, by the way, with some sports that, like with baseball, they would make some leeway for those moments where instant replays were being done on TV or being assessed, and they would artificially slow down the game a little bit, the actual live gameplay, so that the instant replay could be played without interfering with the actual ball game. That was interesting to notice that transition over time. It's like slowly during your lifetime watching an oxbow lake form. It's subtle, but if you know what you're looking for, you can see it. Getting there. What happened with this, by the way, is I got so, I guess, sidetracked by trying to remember where all the torches were placed for the double torches, that for some reason I thought the very next layer was going to be where it is important, and it's not. It's a couple layers above that. And my brain just got swept away and never noticed the error. I'm just glad it wasn't something like, here, the whole day I've been doing the wrong layer the whole time. That would be just so sad. I have had projects where I've done that sort of thing in the past. Well, this day was a wash. I'm not going to play it again tonight. Okay. Now this part. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to finish this and that, and then just wrap up for the evening. Give my brain a rest. Try to cool off a bit. Hydrate, that sort of thing. I may or may not go into Discord voice. I think it's probably going to be wiser for me not to, so I can just relax the rest of the PM. We'll see how it goes. Come on. All right. So tomorrow is going to be the busy work with Refugee to Regent. Another idle clicker extravaganza. I was thinking about having a full-on 9-game idle clicker extravaganza, but I have come to the realization that I will play that differently. I will be focusing on everything and going back and forth between all the windows. There won't be any of those, well, I'm going to ignore this one most of the time, or oh, this one didn't get noticed this whole session. I'm not going to do that sort of stuff when it comes to doing a full-on 9-game session. But for the busy work, I can kind of let it slide because I'm just using the mini games, well, mini games, the side games to how do I put this? Fill the void, I guess. Oh. What is causing that over? Oh! No, don't update right now. Sheesh! To borrow a sound from elsewhere. No, I don't want to update that. Silly goober. Your printer driver has an update. Oh, I wonder if that's what was causing the weird black screen flashes earlier on my Streamlabs display. I wonder if that's what was going on. I wonder if it was capturing and downloading the update. I hope that didn't affect my stream upload too terribly much. Stupid updates. It's a home printer. It's not at an office. Wish I could set the priority of those updates down just a smidge. It would be nice. Oh, Peter Griffin set a rat trap. Can't really do his laugh all that well, but it's close. Oh, and there's more raindrops. Ooh, now they're coming from the southish. Ooh. Yeah, they're coming from the south. It's gonna be terrible tomorrow. That's awful. That's awful news. Don't like that news. In fact, let me see here. Let's prepare. Current weather. Tomorrow is going to be high 39, low 26, raining and snowing. There we have it. I will keep my ibuprofen handy. Ew. That's what I have to say to that is ew. Yeah, when I was talking to the person about not being able to record things live, like this is before smartphones, this was before TiVo, this was before everyone had access to everything all the time. Uh, there was a before time. I was almost tempted to say uh, that little thing about how when I was younger we didn't have Google Maps. We just had maps to get around. Physical paper objects that you had to learn origami how to put back in their package once you were done trying to figure out what street you're on. Because there are some people who apparently just don't get it when you're saying maps that you're actually talking about a real thing. Like that whole, hey guys, I found my grandpa 3D printed, or my uncle 3D printed the save icon or something like that. And they're holding up a 4 1/4 floppy disk. There was a channel that I used to watch from time to time that did stuff like presenting kids with the old-fashioned rotary phones just to see if they could figure it out, but also presenting old people with some of the new technology to see if they could figure it out. I can't remember what channel or channels that stuff was on, but that was kind of entertaining sometimes. Oh, speaking of channels, I have a lot of different channels favorited on my YouTube, and I also have most of them being piped in to my Discord in different sub channels. Art in one, history in another, science in another, that sort of thing, math, linguistics, whatever. Things that I'm interested in. Ban the rat. Is there an RGA stream going on or something? No, it doesn't look like it. But what's this icon? Sorry, I'm distracted. Why do I have a notification then? Where is it? What's my notification? Why do I have a red number 1 on my Discord? What's going on? Where are you? You're not in my own channel? No, you're not. Bleh. I'm gonna have to look at that later. Okay, great. Sorry. I just got distracted from what I was talking about. Hooray! I should have put a little hook in so I could go back to it. Oops, I forgot. That's great. Oh, the YouTube channels. So I went back and I was watching a video on the Discord feed, and I was like, oh yeah, this is great. I haven't watched this in a long time. Then I got to thinking, wait a minute. Why haven't I watched this in a long time? Because on my actual YouTube, I was automatically unsubscribed from it. Even though I used to watch it all the time. At one point they decided, well, this channel isn't uploading on a regular basis or whatever the criteria are. It says, let's just make all or some of their subscribers just stop being subscribed without any warning whatsoever. Just, hey, you're no longer subscribed. Thanks for that, YouTube. That's great. So I think there's probably going to be some time that I need to set aside and compare notes between my Discord feeds and my actual subscriptions, just to see if I've got any other holes that need to be plugged from leaks caused by missing subscriptions. Well, someone is streaming. We have Wolpykins, Peter Griffin, Zach, moderator, Rat, and there's Zach again. Something's going on. I'm sure it's over on Candy. I'll never know. So I think that pretty much does it for that. It is now a full tier 3 tall for this. So next time, actually, why don't I go ahead and fill in the next time stuff, at least the perimeter, or maybe get a layer done. It won't be nearly as much as all the rest of that. That way I can have it already in place. Yeah. The YouTube feeds. Which, by the way, if you want to see what all kinds of stuff I'm interested in, or you just like nerding out in general, I have over 600 YouTube channels fed directly to my Discord. It's one of the several reasons why I have paid for a year of Dinobot Ultra, so that I can do that very thing. Because without it, you only get to pipe in 1 or 2, something like that. But with Ultra, it is literally unlimited. But once you go above a certain amount, they do a little sanity check and go, "Hey, are you serious? Are you a robot, or what's going on?" "Oh no, I'm real. I'm just really interested in lots of things, and I'm trying to set up my Discord. Please, thank you. Let me have my unlimited like you promised." And they will go, "Oh, okay, you're real. Yeah, sure. Here you go, unlimited." Well, you do have to have at least that little interaction. But I have over 600 channels being piped into my Discord. I add more from time to time. I have lots of different categories. Let's see here. Right now, the categories are generally... I have music commands, and that's where, when there were music bots that you could reliably play music on Discord with, you do the commands. But also to the same channel, I have a feed of a bunch of different music channels, including the guy who does the bass riffs. I can never remember his name off the top of my head. But then I have YouTube gaming channels. I have Minecraft on YouTube. I have puzzles and math. I have life hacks and DIY and self-help and that sort of stuff. Lore and stories, which is sort of like books and stories, but not quite. Books and stories is my primarily text channel. and I have lore and stories for feeds for things that are lore heavy and story heavy. I have science and history, and I have a general YouTube feed where just, general stuff goes. I have one called Worthy Web Comics, and I guess that's about it for the YouTube feeds. But between those, I have over 600 different channels going every which way. So there's every few minutes sometimes there is a new thing to watch all the time on my channel. So if you're looking for things that are even moderately interesting, are family friendly, are typically informative, but otherwise fun, do go check out my different channels on my Discord, my different feeds. And if you are joining my Discord fresh, you will have to pick a role when you arrive, otherwise you won't be able to see all the rest of the Discord. And also there's just general hangout and chat channels and other stuff. Things for most of my interests. And if there is a common consensus for needing another channel to be added, I'm happy to add it. I have a bunch of bots, mostly geared around gaming. Like there's idle gaming kind of bots that are reflective of games like Minecraft and Terraria. I haven't been playing them as much lately as I was when I got them at first, because I've been spending most of my free time on my larger projects instead of going, I'll just keep this open and keep an eye on this. Instead, my eyes are over on, the actual Minecraft and Skyrim and other stuff. But there are things to do over there with bot games. There are different kinds of things that you can do with Dinobot, including the dad jokes. Oh, there's Zach doing it again. Oops. And otherwise, there's just dozens of us over there who tend to just be, lurkers, but we will engage once engaged. We will chat back. Different time zones all over the world represented, so not everyone's awake at all hours, so do keep that in mind. I had someone message me at 8 in the morning, which normal hours, but not for me. 8 in the morning is I'm in bed. 8 in the morning is I went to bed 3 hours ago, because I work until 5 a.m. usually. As if you couldn't tell, I've decided to just go ahead and do this whole layer. It's still early-ish. It's not even midnight. It's, what is that, 48 or 40? It's 11:40 something, and that means I've still got plenty of time. It's only 4 hours and 22 minutes in my stream. Do I know if/when refugee to region will be available for everyone? I do know if for sure. Yes, it will be. When my plan is to try to get all the rest of it typed up and organized, and then I have a channel set aside just for refugee to region on my Discord, and I will take it from being visible to just patrons to being visible to everyone at that point. And when it is made that way, I will have filled in links to all of the data packs that I'm using, links to everywhere that I can find information about existing versions of Refugee to Region, so people can go back and look at how it was done in the past. And then I'm also going to be finishing it off with my planned timeline for not necessarily the dates, but more an outline for how I'm going to be building and during what stages, what things are going to happen and all that. So there is a rough outline for being able to have a roadmap for at least my planned attempt at this challenge again. So I'm trying to compile all the information, and then once it's all there, I will be opening the channel up to be used by anyone. But for right now, it is, I think I can, let's see here. Let's just confirm. Refugee to region data packs. There we go. Patrons can view it, but not edit it. Yes. And then once I get everything in place, I will open it up to everyone to be able to look at, because I want to have not only, that's not a P, I want to have not only my roadmap for it, but also a way for people to go back and see what the original was like, and maybe go, oh, well, I want to also include this concept, or I like the way this concept is done better over here, or that sort of thing. I want to make it as accessible as possible before I open the channel up, basically. So, when my hope is to have all of that ready to go before the end of next Sunday, if I at all possibly can. If not, then it will be for sure before the end of the next Sunday. Because while it is nice to be able to go, oh, I'm a perfectionist, I don't want to move forward until everything is just so, I know that there is no reasonable it's perfect. There is only it's good enough. And I can generally tell when things are good enough, and I can absolutely tell that things are not done yet with what information I have. So let's call it between 1/2 and 1.5 weeks until it will be all up and visible on the Discord. Also, by the way, hi and welcome, Naki. Oh, I've decided when I'm streaming on Performium that, oh, someone else is doing it. that before it actually starts, when it's doing the countdown timer, I'm going to remain in my menu and not on the server, because one time I got back to my desk and my mic is muted, so you guys thankfully never got to hear it happen, but I got back, I put the headphones on, and that thing where Performium, when you're on you get a certain amount of XP, happened, and I about fell out of my chair and screamed because I wasn't ready for the sound, because I was leaned all the way in trying to read something tiny or look at something tiny, something like that, and then all of a sudden, ding, and I almost jumped out of my skin. So I'm going to be trying to stay in the menu when I start my streams from now on, so that for my sanity's sake, I don't have to worry about that. I don't usually scare easy, but when I do, it's because I'm reading small text. And that actually holds true for lots of video games, come to think of it. There's lots of jump scares that only worked on me because I was focusing on trying to read what something said. So I think that's actually pretty true. It is very often small text that gets me. Small text plus jump scare equals a displeasured scream. That's the solid. Yeah, that's the solid. 1, 2. But yes, thank you for asking that, Naki. I had forgotten to mention, I believe this time, the updating of information on the server and all that, so definitely thank you. Would I believe the things that happen in the world, and would I believe the things that happened in my life? Probably it would be one of those things where my brain would go, well, that's too crazy to be able to make up, so that has to be true. Like, that's too specific. But if it was just the things that happened in my life versus just the things that happened in the world, I'd probably be inclined to go, something seems off about my personal story. The world story, I'd probably go, yeah, it makes about sense. But in the last 5 years, because it started before the plague, everything was hunky-dory, generally, ish. And I was doing whatever it was I was doing 5 years ago. I don't remember exactly. But then since then, all at once I published a couple books, and then during the first strongest part of the plague, my wife and I actually decided, yeah, let's pursue this life together thing. And I decided I'm going to go all the way down to Texas from the middle of the U.S. near St. Louis and help her get moved up here and all that. And then all the weird, crazy stuff that has happened since then, I would go, wait, so I published 2 books and then I stopped? And that's because I was trying to do what? Exactly. And I could right now, I could start listing off everything that's happened since then that's made me redirect all of my time. But, oops. If I were to be given a platter that said, on this tray are things that are going to happen to you and to the world, and I picked them both up and I looked at them, the first question out of my mouth would be, what do you mean and? Isn't this an or thing? Either this is true or this is true, not both? Now, if I were to go back in time and tell my past self, there is one way that I would believe my story. And that is, if I presented both parts of the what's it called, 2-step verification or whatever. I have my own password that has never left my mouth, and I have an object that I always have. I've had this object since 1988. And if I presented both the password and the object, I would go, okay, and you probably got limited time, so tell me what you're here to tell me. And I would just take it at face value. I would say, okay, this is true. Thanks for coming by. Hope your visit's okay. Would you like a drink? Now, if it were someone else coming back in time to tell me, I would go, ha 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 ha, this is an either or, not an and. You're pulling my leg. Well, thanks for hanging out, Vex. Good to see ya. Hope you enjoy your evening. Hopefully talk to you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Some people say, ha, sleep is for the weak. I say, did you say sleep for a week? Sure thing. Hello, Plexive. That name sounds familiar. Plexive, Plexive. Was that the thing? Hold on. I'm having a recollection. No, it is not Plexive. It is a different name entirely. Okay. Weird. Oh, yes, Emma, you are over there with the big paragraph of question. Yes, I actually, if they are still going, just a second. I have one person that I would raid. And I would need to figure out how to raid them, actually. I'll do that near the end of the stream, I guess. I need to get all this new Twitch stuff figured out. Oh, it's raid username. Oh, and I just do that in the chat. Well, that's fantastic. Let's not confuse future me with that extra block. Future me already has it rough. Let's not make it any rougher than it needs to be. I saw that spawn. You dodged left. Wait a minute. You know what? Whatever. It still works. What am I building, Plexive? I am building a Menger sponge. It is a physical representation of a math idea. It is a type of fractal. I'll give you a bigger look at it here in just a minute. I'm almost done with this layer that I'm on. But basically the premise is you take a cube and you core out the center from all 6 sides, including the middle of it. And then you use that to make a bigger cube, and then you use that to make a bigger cube, and then you use that to make a bigger cube. And this is the biggest size cube, or it will be when I'm done with it, that is able to be built on Minecraft without any special kind of world height editing mods. It is 243 blocks by 243 blocks by 243 blocks. It contains, or will contain, 3.2 million individual blocks. And the reason why I picked the chiseled deep slate is because, well, do this. Well, bye. Come back here. Is because from all 6 sides, the bottom and the top included, it almost looks like it's got a hole drilled through it It's just you can't actually see through it. And then maybe these could be even smaller little, like these guys here, these holes. But it is a small cube made out of individual blocks, and then 20 of those cubes make this, and then 20 of those make that, and then so on and so forth until it is done. It is a rather large project, quite literally a mega build. Oh, I need to start re-including mega build. Maybe that will, do I even have that in my tags or anything? Anyway, I'll get that figured out. But yeah, this is a Menger sponge. It's going to be a tier 5 Menger sponge, mega sponge. And it is entirely comprised of chiseled deep slate. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. And, well, and soul torches, because I like the color blue with the color of the chiseled deep slate. Yeah, that's what this is. Because I am a dork. How do I have the time and energy to build this? I get asked that question a lot. I build this in little fits and starts. Like, for instance, right now I'm at the end of a 4.5 hour stream, and I've been building on this all day today. I don't build it all the time, but I do set aside at least some time every week to work on it. And the energy is, I really like this project, and so it is rewarding to make progress on it. Additionally, I am blessed with hyper-focus on often the wrong things, and so by having that hyper-focus, I can just zone in and do a single task for a very long time. But this is a project I'm doing on a survival server. I am on a live server. It is called Wild SMP on the Performium network, mc.performium.net. This server, the Wild server, is not a huge population anymore because everyone has moved on to the 1.20, and this is 1.19. Right now, in fact, there's only a handful of us on here, but it's also late. But yeah, I'm doing this because I like to do it. It's fun for me. But you have come in near the end of my stream, and I have just finished placing in this layer here, and I'm getting ready to get off. So I'm going to get over into the position over here on, oh no, over here on my little platform, which is down this hole here. Boop. There we go. Wait a minute. Oh no, it's still here. Hello, kitty cat. Wait, who are you? Are you mine? No, you're not mine. What? Are you Cuddles? I know the LA is Cuddles. And I know these are Cuddles. But where'd the bird come from? Anyway. Also, hi Elmay's on here. It's a shame you can't set your chat color on Twitch to be a certain thing, or maybe you can, but if you could, I'm surprised that yours isn't blue, by the way, Elmay's. All things considered. Or can you? Is that a thing that you can do? Can you actually manually... Oh, it is? On my end, it's purple. Well, that's unfortunate. So you get to see what it looks like for you, but For everyone else, it's whatever Twitch just assigns. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, so you did pick this color. It's a medium between purple and blue. It's blurple. Is it blurple or blue? You sound like more of a blue than a blurple. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. Let's do this, and do this, and do that. Oh, there's no cat meowing, but that's okay. On here on the observation platform, looking at as much of this project as I can. Hello, distance. I would like to say thank you very much for everyone who has been able to hang out and join either of my streams, Discord or YouTube. And if you are watching on one and aren't following / subscribed to the other, now is a perfect opportunity for you to go do that same thing. I stream every week, usually from 7:30 till midnight on Monday through Thursday, but sometimes I also do some over the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So there's lots of stuff to watch in the streams, but I will also be periodically putting up some videos more frequently here in the near future than I have been, because now I've got some slightly better video editing software on this computer. So there's something to take a look at if you want to see. But when I do my streams, they go to both places, but obviously the videos are only going to go to YouTube. And on that note, for the people who are watching on either YouTube or Twitch, if you follow the description, the link for my Discord, and pick the role for the little play button, you'll be able to join my Discord fully and see all the wonderful stuff that I've got going on over there. Lots of different things to do and to see. Lots of people over there who tend to just lurk and hang out, but there's chat sometimes. It is not dead. There's lots of stuff going on all over the place, in fact, but it's just everywhere. So if that interests you, do go take a look and join my Discord. It is a community of people who are sort of like me, nerdy, lurky kind of dorks, but we like it. If you like this video and you like what I'm doing here, please leave a like. And also, if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them in the comment section. Obviously, this applies for YouTube. But if you haven't yet subscribed, I absolutely would appreciate it. I'm now past 2,000 subscribers there on YouTube, but now I want to get to 3,000 and beyond. And I've just begun on Twitch, so if you want to follow, not subscribe, if you want to follow there, that would also be greatly appreciated. Here very soon, I'm about to have some new things available again for me on YouTube, because I'll be past that 3,000 hours watched in a year threshold, and I'll be able to open up memberships and supers and things like that. So there's going to be a small flurry of new activity over there with that, with me figuring that stuff out, so bear with me. Also, on that same subject, if you are interested in helping to support my channel, I have links to both my Streamlabs and the Patreon down below. If you support through Streamlabs and do a little tip, you get a little notification that pops up during the stream. And Patreon, I do a shout out at the beginning and or end of all of my streams to people who are able to help support me that way. In fact, here are those names who are helping to support on Patreon. I will probably need to amend this to go Patreon/members supporters. I don't know. I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do with this page. But it helps to keep things afloat. It helps it so that I can continue multi-streaming and be able to maintain a semblance of regularity on here. But that's basically it. If you, oh, I did mention to Plexiv, but I will just mention this once again. I am playing on a free public server. It is called Performium F1. Over there on the right side of my screen at the bottom in yellow text, it says mc.performium.net, and you can join the server anytime you like. And there are lots of people who play on here. It's not a huge server, but it is big enough, and there's an active community. Most of the people play on Candy. I play on the Wild server because this is where I've got all my projects, and I'm not going to abandon them because there's a new fancy server, because I'm stubborn. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you ever so very much once again for watching. Oops. This has been Thorn of Night on the Performium Wild SMP. And after I raid, I will talk to you later. Oh, also, I will be on my Discord on voice probably tonight.